in any of the aspects of the private life, it sounds to be a good idea, because we all are freedom-loving people and we like freedom and we don't want to stay at our courtyard. But in reality, what happened, the left used this argumentation to overtake the institutions, and the liberal state was interfering into the private matters. They were saying that...
Once again, are you saying they were lying? They were acting like they were neutral, but they weren't neutral.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
And I think many more conservatives are starting to realize that if these things are important for us, it's not about freedom. Everybody can do what they want. But if somebody wants to have a family, somebody wants to have a marriage, somebody wants to have a kids, then we need a state. We need a functioning institutional system which is not treating her as her as a criminal, but is treating her as a loyal, normal citizen.
I think they view her as a polluter. Going to bring another human being into the earth and add to the landfills. They view it as a negative.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's crazy.
It's a nightmare, and this nightmare has to be stopped. This is what we are doing in Hungary for like 15 years. We're trying to create an environment which maintain freedom of decision for everyone, but also it advocates some policies. We have a proper family policy. Churches are not prosecuted. They are welcomed in Hungary. Woke agenda is out of schools, out of media, and I'm very happy to see that America is turning to that direction as well. And congratulations to you again.
So what we're really saying is big government ends up subsidizing all the activities for our young people that are counterproductive to society continuing. They're encouraging drugs, giving out free needles, encouraging them to be on their parents' health care until they're like, what is it, 47 years old now? Like nobody gets to grow up at all. And in Hungary, you said, okay, well, if the government's going to subsidize all these things that we don't want to encourage more of, what if we actually use the government system to subsidize what we want? And you did it through tax cuts. So if a mom decides, by the way, I don't think we should force anybody to be a parent. It's really hard to be a parent. The last thing you want to do is have people being parents who are really angry that they're being parents. But like you said, if you want to be a parent, have a kid, you get a tax cut in Hungary.
Yeah,
here, we give you almost like a tax increase.
If you have four children, you don't pay any income taxes.
For the rest of your life?
Rest of your life. And we are planning to increase it. Children with 3, and we will see.
What if your child's name is Hunter Biden? Do you still get a tax cut, or does that... Is there like an appellate process where maybe you could put a little taxes on that kid?
Every life counts.
Okay, fair enough. It's a good answer. Okay, so you're here in America. It's a long trip from Hungary. By the way, how many people have been to Budapest or to Hungary? How beautiful was it? How safe was it? Amazing, right? Okay, the Balabans are like, they're Polish, but even they are like the Hungarians.
We have beautiful people, beautiful architecture, good food, conservative safe space. That's also important for many people. Come and visit us.
So you've come all this way to America. You're one of the top advisors to a leader that the people here in this room really respect, the people around the country respect, Viktor Orban. You're in the middle of everything now, trying to stop a war, trying to change what Brussels tries to do to ruin people's lives. What's your message for America? Do you feel hope about how our collaboration, starting with Cpac, moving on to Orban and Trump, how this collaboration can change the world?
I think my message would be America is back, is a good news, and don't rely on the liberals and don't count on the liberals. You have your friends all around the world, and if you find your friends, work with them together and save the Western civilization together. This would be my message.
Are you up to the challenge? Balázs Orbán, thank you for being with us at Cpac. Thanks for the important work you do. And thanks for making Hungary great.
Thank you. God bless.
I switched.
I switched.
I switched.
I made the switch to Newsmax.
We start this morning in Washington, where all eyes are on the White House.
I switched to Newsmax.
Newsmax. Newsmax.
Have you made the switch? You bet I did. My whole family switched.
Everyone is making the switch. I did.
I did.
I switched, and it made all the difference.
It made all the difference.
Have you made the switch? You should.
Millions are switching to Newsmax. You should too.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MK Ultra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Is a year on all the issues you care about. Please go to your badge. There's a QR code. Check it out and see the different centers we have at Cpac, whether it's fighting anti-Semitism or corporate responsibility or rating members of Congress or state legislators or criminal justice reform. You name it, we're into it, and check it out right now.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
President Trump is back in the White House.
The 47th President of the United States.
Donald Trump has taken back America.
I actually started quite a while ago in Cpac, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He says, you should run for politics. He's the one who said you should run for the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to Cpac 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Say Their Names. Israeli hostage
100 days. And let me tell you something. This young woman is recovering from major trauma, and she's putting her trauma aside to be a voice for the rest of the hostages. So that is such a brave woman right there. And these are brave men who are being so strong for their families and for the Jewish people. And we here have an obligation to make sure we give them the love, the support, the prayers, and make sure that these hostages come back home. Thank you. Thank you for being with us at Cpac. You all really inspire us. And yes, we're going to bring the people back home. We're going to bring the hostages back home. We are going to stand with you, stand with your families, and ensure that we can start healing and start moving forward. Thank you so much. God bless.
really did feel left behind. I mean, you have cell service. You look at the people ravaged by hurricanes, and FEMA wouldn't even help people with Trump signs. Starlink wanted to come in, and they said, well, if you don't have an address, they're like, these people lost their homes. It was almost at one point the government was weaponized. We were seeing it in real time against these poor people. And you had this really kind of amazing thing you said, and obviously you're very successful, but you said you know who your roots are. And when the left wants to laugh at conservative values, or they want to smear us, or they want to silence us, you have a beautiful message, Glenn, and I'd love for you to share it with this amazing crowd.
You know, what really happens when it boils down to, you got to stay with your roots, right? You know what you're doing, and if you let them silence you, they've won. And I always say, no, right? We're going to stand in the forefront. We're going to be bold in what we do, regardless if it's out there. You know, I'll digress momentarily. I was on a call with the party chair of Georgia, and I said, hey, dude, how's it going? And he goes, it's miserable. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, our hurricane east of 75 is destroyed. So Friday at 4 o'clock, I called a couple of our executive team, Scott Coburn, and I said, hey, look, we need to fill up a trailer. We've got a 26-foot trailer. We've got a 1-ton truck.
It's amazing.
Let's fill this thing up with generators, wipes, diapers, baby formula. You just go down the list. Here's the most amazing thing. I couldn't go. I had some family stuff to do, but a couple of our staff did. And what was amazing about this is they drove out. They were giving stuff out to people that needed it. They haven't had anything. And the law said you got to turn left, and our driver goes, no, we're going to go straight. So they went straight. Now, this is a grown man, a professional soccer player. A woman was standing on the side of the road, and so he says, let's pull over. And they got out of the car, and Ethan's sitting down there somewhere. They got out of the car, and she goes, you know what? The only thing I need is diapers and wipes. I just said, Lord, please deliver. So they pull over, and you know what? We had crates and diapers and wipes. And this is a grown man just starts weeping. He's like, you know, what else? That's what we're commanded to do, to believe in our...
And you know, it's not easy. You know, we have an elected member of Congress, 2 entrepreneurs and CEOs. When I brought you out, I said you're patriots. But we also, I think your stories are so important because other people in this audience are looking and saying, how can I do this? How can I involve? And there is obviously tremendous opportunity for American exceptionalism, again, under this president now. You're thinking about possibly getting into the race, but we know that you've built companies. What do you just say to folks? We're on a live stream here. You have, you know, thousands of people watching. You know, they want to know how I get a credit card loan and start a company and be like you and do that in today's climate where we have the winds of change at our back.
Absolutely. Look, I was raised by a single mother, and 19 of my family members worked in an auto plant in Kentucky. My grandparents helped raise me. And I think that one of the things my mother always said, you know, we may not have a lot of money, but it's free to think big, and you should think big. You're going to be thinking anyway, so you might as well be thinking big. And I think we got to get back to that and be the country of dreamers again. And I think Donald Trump has got people in America to get hopeful and get those dreams in action. And that's one of the reasons why I'm looking at this seat. I feel like as somebody I owe so much to my teachers, my pastors, coaches, people have helped me. I got to do something. And, you know, right now we've got 2 candidates that are looking at this race that are puppets of Mitch McConnell.
Right.
And we can't have that.
Well, when it comes to ESG, BlackRock, they've been put on notice, Congressman Moore, and you come up from a family of politicians as well. So you know it's a tough business. DC's a tough town. Tell us about some of the things that you're working on now that are future forward. I know there's something to do with protecting gun owners' rights, because you can't just stop it when it comes to BlackRock. You know, there's a lot of things that are going on, and you're really kind of clue us into what you're doing.
Yeah, so we dealt with this on the state level in West Virginia. It's called the Merchant Category Code. Maybe some of you have heard of this, but the credit card companies have put this in place to be able to track the purchase of your guns and ammunition in the United States of America. Now, we had put in an ability and a right to sue, cause of action in West Virginia if they shared your data. But I have a bill right now, and I do believe we're going to get action on it, in the United States House of Representatives to ban the merchant category code on guns and ammunition. Thank you. Now, this is a little bit off the ESG topic, but this is, I just wrote an op-ed about this, and I'd encourage you to take a look at it because it's a huge national security issue, and I am looking at legislation on this. There are currently, in the United States, there are 300,000 Chinese nationals on student visas in our country. And I'm looking to ban all student visas from China moving forward.
Amen. Amen.
Glenn, tell us about why you are the best choice, the alternative, because, you know, you're up against the big guys. It's never deterred you. You said your sales, every time they come after you, you kind of soar. But a lot of people would have been maybe not up for the task to go up against the big guys and all the big cellular companies.
Yeah, you know what, I would just say, we're not really up against them. We really aren't. You know, we're the only carrier out there. I won't get into the technical side, but we buy wholesale from all the major networks. We repackage it and sell it retail. And the real beauty of that is we provide a service, and I think it's better. Not only is our coverage better because we have all the networks, but look, we put him first. And when you put him first, what can you do? And then the real hook is when you call into our offices, you know, we have an office in East Texas and in the Valley in California. You either talk with a redneck like me, or you talk with a Californian. And that's the real part. But then above that, it's not uncommon that we'll pray with you on the phone. And it happens all the time. We have a booth downstairs. I'll shamelessly plug Patriot Mobile. Come down. I think we've got promo code Cpac. You get a free month of service. But most importantly, you're going to be working with companies that love and honor their creator. And I'm going to just say this. When you do that, it's so much better. You know you're not supporting organizations that are contrary to your values.
Right.
I mean, I know we have Patriot Mobile customers out there. I'm looking at two waving and a couple of Hey, everybody in here should be a Patriot Mobile customer.
Can you hear him now?
Hey, that's a good hint, right?
You said you were part of Strive,
Love it.
Nate, and so tell us in the future of, you know, do you think that ESG is dead? Is it all done for now? Or do we have to be vigilant? Because, you know, corporate greed and others that don't have the intention, a pure of heart, which I'm hearing from all of you here on the stage.
Yeah, look, elections have consequences.
Amen.
And we have to have leaders that are going to fight to keep this nonsense and garbage out of our corporate system and out of our economy. It has no place. And I think, you know, we just had, we had an awful thing happen yesterday. Our governor, a Democratic governor, allowed KFC to move out of Kentucky.
So I read about that. Yeah, I read about that.
And how does that happen? And this goes back to, we've got to elect America first, patriots that are not beholden and on a bended knee to Mitch McConnell or anyone else, but they're going to fight with President Trump and to keep this nonsense out of our politics, period.
We just have a few moments left. That's pressure, and you're right there in the thick of it, AKA they call it the swamp, and they don't say that without reason.
Yeah, well, and to your previous question, I'm sure there's somebody sitting out here right now, and I want this to be kind of hopefully core memory at some point. Each and every one of you should consider running for office. All of you should think about doing this.
Love it.
I'm serious, because this is not, the seat I'm sitting in is not my seat. It belongs to the people of West Virginia, and they've hired me for 2 years to do it.
Wow.
Any of you can do these jobs. You can stand up, go run. State level politics is awesome. You can get a lot more done there than you can sometimes at the federal level. Please, I encourage everybody to take a look at office.
I told you you'd be impressed, right? Congressman Riley Moore, Glenn Story, CEO Patriot Mobile, Nate Morris, and who knows what type of political future we'll be seeing from you. And
I like this guy back here.
I'm doing my show live here over at our booth at Newsmax, so come by and say hi. I'm Bianca Della Garza. An honor and a blessing to be with all of you great patriots today. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless.
And, you know, and I would say those great role models are not the men who monetize women, but it are the men who are faithful husbands. My husband and I have been married 30 years almost. He's been a faithful husband and father to our children, have been a lifelong friend and supported my career. That's what you want, young ladies. And don't sell yourself short and settle for anything less. Any man that doesn't respect you and is not willing to commit to you, don't settle for it. But at the same time, the young men have been undermined, and I think we need to support them and give them the great role models that they deserve, because they'll be happier, is the truth.
And we're talking about changing our culture, and we won an election, but as one of our colleagues in the movement once said to me about 20 years ago, he said, the fight only begins.
That's right.
You win an election, and then the fight, that's when the real fight begins, because that's when you have to, you know, start getting things done. What, as kind of in our last few minutes here, though, from a we're talking about these concepts, and I have a 15-year-old son, and I spend a lot of time with him. That's one of my biggest responsibilities, is make sure he comes out right. And I know you feel the same way about yours and your kids. And, you know, what can we do? What can we send these folks home with that they can do, though, to help get this broader culture shift that we're talking about today?
Can I just add on to that, because you touched on something very important, and that's parents being good parents. It is your top responsibility. It's the most important job I have. And so you know, and parents, it's a difficult world we live in. Utah just passed a bill saying that parents have the right, should be the people that allow children to download apps. Right now, kids can download anything without parental notification. We need to actually help parents have the tools to be better parents, to be able to protect their kids from bad media, from pornography, from all the things that are toxic, that hurt them, and be able to give them a loving, faithful home, and recognizing that, you know, we as a nation are people of faith, and we need to return to that.
Yeah, look, I think that there are some easy things that we can quickly clean up, and there are already movements that are out there that have been growing. So we're up to 26 states that are protecting girls' sports. We're up to 27 states now that have banned these gender procedures, but we're up to 19 states that require age verification to access adult content online. If we can get our young people, Matt, off of porn and get them to 18, where they're dating girls, they're interested in girls, not computer screens and fake stuff online, I think we're gonna have a much brighter future. But again, I think we gotta reach our young men, inspire them. You know, JFK would have been a Republican today, right? I think it's obvious, but in his inaugural address, he said, we do these things as Americans, not because they're easy, but because they are hard. Nothing we're doing is ever easy. And we have to inspire young men that's ripe, they want the challenge, and there's no better challenge than being a good husband and a good father. And by the way, spend time with your kids. Like, guys, we're dads. We get to have fun. Like, we get to buy the candy that mom won't want. We get to buy the donuts. We get to throw the kids up in the air way too high, but they're having a blast. So spend time with your kids, even if it's 5 minutes a week or 5 minutes a day, but just make time for it. Prioritize the right things. And it's not weed, it's not OnlyFans, it's not sports betting, it's your family.
And take them to church.
Yeah, go to church.
Penny Nance, Terry Schilling, thank you for being at Cpac again.
Thanks, guys.
Wherever human freedom is under attack, in courtrooms, legislatures, and the public square, we stand ready to defend it. This is why Alliance Defending Freedom exists.
Supreme Court victory for a Christian woman who was taken to court for standing firm in her beliefs.
The First Amendment follows a golden rule. If we want to protect speech for ourselves, then we need to protect it for others.
A video released this week by ADF International has attracted over 34 million views and even attracted comment from Elon Musk. It concerned a pair of Swiss parents who have had their child taken away from them because they objected to her gender transition.
We're not just here to stop the erosion of liberty for this moment alone. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel, And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
The only homicide on January 6th was the unlawful shooting death of Ashley Babbitt. This major new lawsuit that Judicial Watch filed, a $30 million wrongful death lawsuit against the United States government. She was unarmed. There were no weapons visible. She was shot in the shoulder and killed by Lieutenant Byrd. He popped out and shot her dead. Ashley was shot in cold blood, and the rule of law requires justice for her.
I started to investigate some programs across the country. The choice was pretty clear when I started to look at the student network, the faculty, and sort of the reputation that the school had. It was a very easy decision for me. I was super interested in the course offerings when I started to look at those. I thought those were very applicable, but very diverse. You know, no matter what field you want to take within politics, there's course offerings for virtually anyone with any sort of career interest. It's not only those, but I think it's the relationships that you build with your fellow students, most of whom are working professionals working in the field of politics, whether that's here in DC or in their home state as an online student.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President of Patriots Party, Santiago Abasto.
Muchas gracias a todos. Hace un año estaba en esta misma tribuna compartiendo con vosotros las mismas preocupaciones y recibiendo también los mismos desprecios de quienes nos daban por derrotados. Ahora nos toca sonreír porque ese desprecio de quienes se creían todopoderosos e intocables se está convirtiendo en rabia. Rabian porque el mundo ya es distinto, ya es más parecido a como lo soñábamos hace solo un año. Ya está en retroceso ese plan de miseria y de wokismo que pretendían imponernos. Ya se ha demostrado que el futuro no está escrito. Se ha demostrado que ese futuro puede ser esperanzador y luminoso y que solo hacían falta gobernantes valientes, gobernantes capaces de escuchar a sus pueblos y capaces de cumplir sus promesas. Gracias por permitirme estar de nuevo a vuestro lado para decir esencialmente lo mismo, pero para hacerlo con muchísima más esperanza. Quisiera utilizar esta intervención para responder como español y como europeo al discurso de la semana pasada del vicepresidente Vance en Múnich. Y quiero hacerlo para darle una respuesta firme y contundente. Y la primera palabra de esa respuesta debería ser gracias. Simplemente gracias. Gracias porque Europa necesitaba oír ese discurso y sus líderes necesitaban oír esas verdades, las mismas que ellos tratan de silenciar y de manipular cuando las decimos nosotros. Gracias, vicepresidente Vance, porque ya no pueden seguir despreciando y ocultando la realidad. Pero, sobre todo, porque todo lo que se dijo en Múnich es verdad. Es verdad que enfrentamos una crisis democrática grave. Es verdad que las oligarquías, que no ha votado nadie en Europa, se dedican a tomar decisiones muy perjudiciales para nuestros pueblos sin preguntar nunca a nuestros pueblos. Es verdad que la inmigración masiva promovida por esos mismos oligarcas está destruyendo la convivencia, los servicios públicos y la propia identidad de nuestros pueblos. Es verdad también que de la mano de esa inmigración viene el terrorismo islamista, y no como un fenómeno aislado, sino como una crueldad repetida en Europa, alentada precisamente por quienes pretenden una Europa islamizada, por quienes promueven o toleran tribunales islámicos en nuestras propias ciudades, por quienes han abandonado a las mujeres de Europa, que ven cómo ahora se multiplican las agresiones sexuales. Es verdad también que una mezcla de pacifismo malentendido, de egoísmo, de suicidio y de sumisión, con esa mezcla, los europeos han visto cómo los oligarcas han dejado indefensa a Europa, inseguras sus calles, derruidas sus fronteras e insuficientes sus recursos. Y es verdad, y en eso consiste la crisis democrática, que se roba a los ciudadanos la capacidad de elegir sobre todas esas cuestiones y al mismo tiempo se les roba el dinero de sus bolsillos para pagar todo ese disparate. Esas verdades ya dibujan un escenario muy grave en nuestro continente. Pero hay algo aún más importante. Es verdad que en Europa se está persiguiendo la libertad. En Europa hoy pretenden que todas esas verdades no se puedan denunciar y, por lo tanto, no se puedan remediar los problemas. Las oligarquías europeas están destruyendo todo lo que hizo a Europa grande alguna vez. Y para ello pretenden liquidar nuestra libertad, que es la columna vertebral de nuestra civilización compartida. Porque Europa es la filosofía griega, el derecho romano y la espiritualidad cristiana. Europa no es la sumisión islamista, ni la ideología woke, ni la cultura de la cancelación. La respuesta a las verdades del barquero del vicepresidente Vance no se hizo esperar por parte de un comisario de la censura. El vicepresidente Vance vino a Europa a decir que Europa ya no acepta la libertad de expresión y la respuesta de un ministro socialista alemán fue: el discurso de Vance es inaceptable. Todo claro. Nosotros, por el contrario, lo aplaudimos y le damos las gracias, porque es verdad que tenemos una civilización compartida y no es la woke, ni tampoco es el manifiesto comunista, aunque demasiadas veces hayamos sufrido esos azotes totalitarios tan semejantes en sus formas. Nuestra civilización es la de la libertad de expresión, la libertad de creación, la libertad económica y la de las raíces cristianas, porque el futuro también está en esas raíces. Y es verdad que si queremos preservar esa civilización debemos cambiar de rumbo. Algunos llevamos mucho tiempo exigiéndolo y algunas naciones ya lo están consiguiendo con grandes resultados electorales. Porque es verdad también que fueron políticos los que tomaron esas decisiones, políticos con nombres y apellidos, y basta con cambiar a esos políticos para cambiar el futuro tenebroso al que nos dirigían. Son esos políticos que ahora están rabiosos los que se empeñan en señalar al presidente Trump como enemigo de Europa porque pone los intereses de los estadounidenses en primer lugar. Esa acusación es algo que solo se le puede ocurrir a quienes han puesto los intereses de sus ciudadanos en el último lugar. Son esos políticos los que ahora pretenden llevarnos al conflicto masivo porque no se atreven a reconocer sus errores. Son esos políticos los que han impuesto a Europa las verdaderas cargas a nuestra economía. No son los aranceles anunciados por Estados Unidos, que ojalá no lleguen. Los verdaderos aranceles a los europeos son el Pacto Verde, los impuestos abusivos y la regulación woke. Esa es nuestra ruina y no nos la ha impuesto nadie desde fuera. La han impuesto políticos en Bruselas en contra de la voluntad de los pueblos europeos. Son los mismos que se reían cuando el presidente Trump hace ya 8 años advertía a Europa de que se estaba poniendo en manos de Rusia al renunciar a la energía fósil. Los mismos que ahora lloraban al oír el discurso de Vance, literalmente los mismos, y literalmente lloraban. Y todavía lloran. Pero no lloran por los muertos en Ucrania, a la que han utilizado y a la que han engañado, ni lloran por los muertos durante la pandemia, cuyo origen también censuraron. No lloran por las continuas víctimas de los ataques yihadistas. No lloran por nada de eso. No lloran tampoco por todas las oportunidades que han robado a los jóvenes europeos, ni por la inseguridad a la que han condenado a las mujeres europeas. No lloran por la destrucción de las iglesias, ni por los ataques terroristas en los mercadillos navideños. No lloran por nada de eso. Lloran y patalean porque su incapacidad, su necedad y su traición ya está a la vista de todo el mundo. Lloraban y todavía lloran porque su negocio, que no es otro que el de enriquecerse vendiendo a Europa, ha llegado a su fin. Entre otras cosas porque la administración Biden, que les llenaba las carteras, se ha terminado. Y con ella se han terminado los millones de dólares que ellos repartían para esparcir sus políticas y sus ideologías absolutamente nefastas. Lloran también porque su tiempo ha terminado. No podemos por ello sentir la más mínima compasión por esas lágrimas de quienes han sido fuertes hasta la crueldad con los débiles y ahora lloriquean ante los argumentos fuertes y verdaderos. Pero tengamos cuidado, al igual que Sánchez en España, los burócratas de Bruselas van a aferrarse a sus sillones con desesperación, quizá porque saben que cuando no se sienten allí tendrán que sentarse en un banquillo delante de un juez. Ahora pretenden llevarnos a la guerra total, los mismos que han dejado a Europa indefensa, destruyendo su industria y su capacidad de generar energía, los mismos que le dieron a Rusia la posibilidad de invadir Ucrania, los mismos que facilitaron la agresión de Putin, condenándonos a la dependencia energética. Ahora el presidente del gobierno de mi país, Pedro Sánchez, viaja a Kiev, a Ucrania, pero no lo va a hacer para decir a los ucranianos que las bombas que lanza Rusia las paga él mismo. Sí, las paga Sánchez, que le compra a Rusia el doble de gas del que le compraba antes de la guerra. Y con ese dinero que han dado los populares y los socialistas europeos, han financiado también la guerra a Putin. Y por lo tanto hay que deshacerse de esos Napoleones de salón que solo saben provocar guerras, cuyas consecuencias siempre las pagan otros, tanto en términos económicos como en términos materiales. Europa necesita que se vayan esos Napoleones para tener ejércitos fuertes, fronteras inviolables y una industria de defensa. Necesitamos todo eso. Hemos visto precisamente en Israel cuál es la verdadera amenaza que enfrentamos. Y hemos visto también que solo la firme voluntad de Israel para existir le está permitiendo ganar una guerra que no comenzaron ellos. Europa necesita defenderse de los planes de quienes llevan el terror a nuestras calles y de quienes empujan esos planes. Tiene que defenderse de esas oligarquías disfrazadas o de esos oligarcas disfrazados de filántropos como Soros, porque hace 9 años ese enemigo de nuestra civilización dijo que la Unión Europea debería recibir 1 millón de inmigrantes al año. 9 años después, la Unión Europea ha recibido 9 millones de inmigrantes. Para conseguirlo, no solo ha invertido su dinero a través de sus ONGs y comprando a burócratas, políticos y jueces, también ha invertido el vuestro, el de los contribuyentes americanos y el de los contribuyentes europeos. Creo que es un caso único en la historia en la que a los pueblos se les obliga a pagar de su propio bolsillo la invasión que el propio pueblo padece. Se quejan ahora de Elon Musk porque procura la libertad en las redes sociales y porque tiene la valentía y el derecho de expresar sus opiniones. La realidad es que se quejan porque no quieren que se sepa que ellos han estado a sueldo de Soros y a sueldo de la administración Biden. Solo un último dato de mi país. La primera persona que visitó al corrupto presidente de España, Pedro Sánchez, fue precisamente George Soros en el Palacio de la Moncloa. Dato publicado y nunca negado por el gobierno. Sin embargo, nunca han tenido un problema con las injerencias hasta ahora. Son muchas las verdades que el vicepresidente Vance dijo en Múnich y tenemos que empezar a enfrentarlas desde el principio, desde lo más básico. Debemos reconquistar antes que nada las libertades que nos han arrebatado, reconquistar la libertad de expresión, reconquistar la libertad económica, reconquistar la libertad para nuestra industria y para nuestro campo, reconquistar nuestra capacidad para producir energía. Debemos reconquistar también nuestras fronteras, nuestra identidad y la seguridad perdida en nuestras calles. Debemos reconquistar la democracia para todos los ciudadanos y debemos reconquistar la soberanía de las naciones. Y que estén seguros de que vamos a hacerlo. Pese a quien pese y cueste lo que cueste, vamos a reconquistar nuestro futuro. La época de las tinieblas está llegando a su fin. Estamos dejando atrás una de las etapas más oscuras del mundo libre. Sonriamos y sigamos luchando, luchando y luchando. Muchas gracias.
In 2025, we find ourselves in a pivotal moment where the call for unity, freedom, and a better future echoes louder than ever. For more than 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been committed to supporting the values that make our nation great. With affordable plans and reliable nationwide coverage on all 3 of the major networks, Patriot Mobile is not just a wireless service. It's a call to action for those who believe in the American dream. Choose a wireless carrier that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
The party is just getting started.
I can't hear you.
Patriots, Real American voice.
Thank you very much.
I want to shake your hand.
Days of thunder.
Are you having fun at Cpac already?
Creators, it's time to take control. With Bursts, you create impactful content in seconds. Powered by blockchain, your content and earnings are protected, transparent, and yours to control. Play TV isn't just a platform. It's a community of creators building a new future together. Your freedom starts when you press play.
Who's AARP really watching out for these days? They've made billions partnering with big health insurance corporations while opposing reforms seniors want, like applying big discounts to medicines directly at the pharmacy counter. Instead, AARP supports liberal price-setting schemes, giving politicians, not seniors, control over any so-called Medicare savings. With no guarantees, funds won't be spent on unrelated programs or pad big insurers' profits. If AARP and Congress believe America's seniors aren't watching, think again. Paid for by American Commitment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conversation with the Ministry for Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism, Amihai Shikli, and host of The Josh Hammer Show, and author of Israel and Civilization, Josh Hammer.
So good afternoon, Cpac. I'm not sure how many of you saw the images this morning, but we do have to start on a somewhat somber note. There were these terrible images of babies being returned in coffins from Gaza to Israel this morning there. And I want to toss it to the Israeli Minister of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism, Amihai Shikli, is going to lead us in a moment of silence for these deceased hostages.
So we have experienced one of the most toughest days since the beginning of the war. It is an extremely difficult day in Israel with the returning of the bodies of Shiri, Kfir, Ariel Bibas, 2 little children and their mothers, along with Oded Lifshitz from Kibbutz Nir Oz. And I think if we can take a moment of silence before we begin.
Thank you. So tragically, these images this morning really do set the scene for our broader conversation here. And first of all, let me just make a brief point. You guys all heard from Vice President J.D. Vance this morning. Vice President J.D. Vance said it very well about a month and a half, 2 months ago, where he said the message should not be bring them home for the hostages. The message should be let them go. Let them go.
Let them go, absolutely.
That is the message.
That's a major shift. That the new administration is coming with a new spirit. You know, for decades, we've heard this sentence, Israel has the right to defend itself. But this is obvious, and no other state needs to mention that they have the right to defend itself. And this administration is coming with a different message, that Israel has the right and it's obliged to eliminate its enemies, to eradicate evil, as Marco Rubio said. And this is a totally different approach. And this is how you win wars.
Well, in many ways, Amichai, I think Israel is teaching the West how to win a war, which the West has not really done, frankly, since World War II. But I want to briefly talk about the broader war, which is the war for Western civilization actually itself. What is Western civilization? We talk about it here. To me, Western civilization is basically synonymous with the Bible. It all ultimately goes back as we two Jews know all too well, to God's revelation to Moses at Mount Sinai. I mean, when we talk about defending the West, guys, Jews and Christians alike, we're talking about defending those very values and that very way of life. And Israel is not just the canary in the coal mine for all of these fights, but anti-Semitism itself, as you know in your role, it is a direct attack not just on the Jews, but on all of this, on all of Western civilization.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, President Reagan ended the Cold War, and we thought that this war ended, but it never ended. It just wore a different face. And we saw it in universities all across Europe. We saw it on universities here in America. And the woke progressive movement is just another face of the Marxist movement. And in its root, this is a godless philosophy that denies the idea of truth. And when you deny the idea, the concept of truth, there is no good and bad. There is no right and wrong. There is no option for moral clarity. And this is how you can defeat the West from within. That is the effort that made by the woke progressive movement. And this is a threat, not just for the state of Israel. This is a threat for America, and this is a threat for Western civilization. And I think that we need to restore those very basic values. As President Trump says, we want to put God back on the stage, because without God, what is truth? What is right and wrong and good and bad? And it all comes from our common values and our common tradition. And that is, I think, a new era. And I'm very optimistic that with moral clarity, we can achieve amazing things together, Israel and the United States, and lead the free world into a better future.
So one of the things that we were talking about backstage a little bit is that, you know, we in the United States, we in the West more broadly, I think have forgotten what actual evil looks like. We have forgotten that evil exists. Personally, I became a conservative at 12 years old on 9/11 because I saw the smoke from the Twin Towers with my own eyes. And I think many people in this post-October 7th environment are rising to that same realization. But we can't talk about evil, I think, specifically without talking about the Iranian regime, which is really kind of the roots of the overwhelming majority of evil, not just in the Middle East, but frankly around the world more broadly. Maybe you could just talk a little bit about the specific threat from the Iranian regime and its proxies. And I think you might have a bit of a revelation for us when it comes to Iran.
I came with some news, but before one word about the concept of evil. I think that, you know, it's frightening to expose our kids to the fact that, yes, the monster beneath the bed really exists. There is evil in this world. And we want, you know, to push away our children and the younger generation to believe that evil does not exist. We in Israel, unfortunately, even those of us who thought that there is no evil, met evil on its worst option on October 7th. We saw evil today in Gaza with the horrors of how the Hamas celebrated this moment of bringing the Bibas family and Oded Lifshitz. And I think that we have failed in the recent decades on educating our kids that evil exists, and we need to confront, and we need to fight, and we need to sacrifice, just like as we've done in the past decades. And this is something which I think that is also changing, and I'm also optimistic regarding to it, although it cost at a very high price. Now, with the Iranian regime, in Iran, Khomeini, who started the Iranian Revolution, he set America as the great Satan and Israel as the small Satan. Iran was and Iran is an enemy of America, an enemy of the state of Israel. And they are very determined in their efforts with their proxies. And one thing which is amazing that I would like to share with you, we have made a research and we found out that this entire campaign that tries to connect between Israel and genocide in Gaza, which is a ridiculous claim, because what we have in Gaza is a terror regime that seeks to commit genocide on our villages, on our communities. And what we found out, that this entire campaign started with the Revolutionary Guards posting again and again and again the message, until it got received in the Western Hemisphere in Britain, with also Persian accounts, and then it got spread out. And we can see in the research that any time that the trend of the genocide in Gaza is going down, they are pushing more and more tweets from fake accounts. And this is an entire campaign that was led by Iran. And this is the first time that we can share it publicly with you here in Cpac.
So this is a very, very big deal. I mean, this is an old tactic of the enemies of Western civilization. The Soviets did it once upon a time, trying to foment civic discord here in the United States. And now we see the face of evil yet again in the face of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So, Amichai, the good news right now is that we have an administration here, the Trump-Vance administration, that is wholly committed, that is wholly dedicated not just to allowing Israel to fight our mutual enemies, but to actually combating anti-Semitism as well. And it's just a timely reminder that we are so blessed, truly, so blessed to be here at Cpac with good guys in charge, unlike the last 4 years, to be here at Cpac with guys who understand what the West is and what we stand for. So I know that you've had some meetings in your time in Washington here. Why don't you just talk a little bit about what it looks like from your perspective, what the administration is currently doing?
So in the past few weeks, this administration has done more to combat anti-Semitism than in the entire past 4 years. And I'm speaking about, first, putting the task force led by Leon Torel, which is an amazing individual, an amazing leader, totally committed to combat anti-Semitism. And we met him this morning, and he's an amazing individual. I think we're going to see a shift in everything that regards combating anti-Semitism. Also, the defunding on universities who failed to combat anti-Semitism on universities, and many more decisions by this administration. And I think that this administration fully gets it. And it's also worth telling that with the previous administration, not just that almost nothing happened, but the message was so ambiguous, and we saw the IRA definition being undermined. And I think it was very, very weak. And you know, actions speaks louder than words. And I think that this administration speaks with actions and not with big words. And I really love it. And I think it is a blessing for the Jewish community, for minorities, and for American people.
You know, Teddy Roosevelt, the president, famously spoke of the man in the arena. That's his famous speech. And Donald Trump is nothing but the man in the arena. He is nothing if not that right now. So God bless Donald Trump. Amen. And God bless you, Amichai, and God bless you, Cpac. Thank you guys so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
your son is on the boxing team at the Naval Academy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. How is he doing?
Well, he's bigger than his father. He's doing great. He made it to semifinals in the brigade, championship last Friday, and lost in a 1-point split decision to a young man that was 3 years older than him and had been boxing about 6 years longer, I think. So he held his own. He's been boxing for about 7 months. Okay, so
7 months and he's on the team.
Yeah. He did jujitsu for a long time. He's a tough kid, but this is a different kind of.
Does he learn that from his father?
Oh yes, of course. I mean, of course.
Yes.
No, he's a tough kid. He's a great kid. He takes after his mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Appreciate it.
Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
President Trump is back in the White House.
President of the United States.
Donald Trump has taken back America.
I actually started quite a while ago in Cpac, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He says, you should run for politics. He's the one who said you should run for the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to Cpac 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Hey, everyone, it's Matt Schlapp with Cpac. You know, Cpac isn't just a conference. We're fighting 365 days a year on all the issues you care about. Please go to your badge. There's a QR code. Check it out and see the different centers we have at Cpac, whether it's fighting anti-Semitism or corporate responsibility or raiding members of Congress or state legislators or criminal justice reform. You name it, we're into it, and check it out right now. Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Puts a very bright light on the two-tiered system of justice that only seems to go after President Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job. He's a very inquisitive person who loves to talk about the economy.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Florida, Senator Rick Scott.
So, good afternoon. Welcome to the Capitol. What do you think about Kash Patel? You know, I told Cpac leadership that next year's event should be down in my home state of Florida. You know, we also have a great view of the Gulf of America. And by the way, the weather's a little bit better. I think it's about 75 degrees. So the first thing I want to do is I want to thank you. I want to thank Cpac for all your friendship and support. You know, last year I ran to be Senate Majority Leader. And many of you very vocally supported me. And I'll be eternally grateful. Your vocal support changed the Senate. You did it. Now, for too long, Washington has been known for all the wrong things. Big spending, no results. Waste and inefficiency. Washington is about enriching politicians like Nancy Pelosi. Yep. Bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci at the expense of the American people. Washington was always about protecting the status quo because the politicians in Washington made money off of it. Washington was about a radical social and environmental agenda, about forever wars, open borders, lies and no accountability. Washington was about Washington. It wasn't about the American people who simply want to lead their lives without bureaucrats telling them what the hell to do. All of that is changing. It's changing fast because of one person, Donald J. Trump being in the White House. Now, President Trump is bringing common sense back to Washington and accountability back to Washington. He's working with great leaders like Elon Musk to bring efficiency back to Washington. And the Democrats are complaining like crazy, but he's changing Washington in record time. He's bringing the voice of the American people back to Washington. President Trump is making America great again. Now, what's he deserve? He deserves our thanks and our respect. But what's he get instead? He gets lies and obstruction for the Democrats, the mainstream media, and even some establishment Washington Republicans desperately clinging to relevance. Mitch McConnell supports Merrick Garland's nomination for Attorney General. He's already voted against 3 of President Trump's cabinet nominees. AOC, she's yelling about fascism. CNN is blaring that the Trump administration is a threat to democracy and ushering a constitutional crisis. Guess what? Here's the good news. They're the past. Their voices no longer matter. Their shadow can no longer hang over politics. They lost, the American people won. What happened last fall? President Trump and an army of supporters like you all across this great country started a movement. One that changed the country and reset our future for a golden era. The future is about you and your hopes and your dreams. It's about us. It's about amplifying the voices of the American people and finally giving the government they're paying for and that they deserve. Now, a couple years ago, in the midst of Joe Biden's disastrous presidency, or whoever was in charge, I put out a plan with some ideas to rescue this country from the radical Democrats who are trying to destroy our values and bankrupt us in the process. Now, the way the Democrats and establishment Republicans responded, you would have thought I broke the law. And the craziest part of it, I couldn't tell who hated more, Joe Biden or Mitch McConnell. Now think about it. I proposed some really crazy ideas, so just think about these. Teach our students about the U.S. Constitution. That's a hard one. The Bill of Rights, our founding fathers. Have their kids recite the Pledge of Allegiance and salute the flag. Eliminating the Department of Education. Banning the federal government from asking American citizens to disclose their race or skin color on government forms. Funding our police and enforcing all of our laws. Securing the border, build the wall, name the wall after Donald Trump. Start growing the American economy, not the Washington economy. Enacting term limits for member of Congress. And federal bureaucrats. Protecting the integrity of the American election. Protecting, defending, promoting the American family at all costs. Believing in science. Guess what? Men are men. Women are women. Unborn babies, they're babies. Sorry, Democrats. I was tarred and feathered for proposing such crazy ideas. But it was worth it because it was time for Republicans, at least the true, honest, conservative Republicans, to stand up and fight the hell back. Now, here in Washington, we're seeing what truly fighting back gets us. The bureaucrats are scared that their lies are being exposed. The muddy spigot is being turned off. NGOs across the world and liberal think tanks around the world are scrambling because their golden goose has finally laid its last egg. Corporate America is tripping over itself to reverse racist DEI programs that seek to divide us by race, gender, and creed. Now, fighting back gets us a government that's listening, an administration that's focused on a stronger future, a president that really cares, who truly fights for us, and who will not accept the status quo any longer. Now, let me say what I said a few years ago when I introduced my plan to rescue our country. Failure is not an option. The future of this country depends on each and every one of us and the actions we take today, tomorrow, and the months to come. Now, I've got grandkids. Many of you in this room and watching on TV, you've got kids and grandkids as well. In America, we used to believe we had a duty, a sacred duty, to leave things better for our children and our grandchildren than we found them. $2 trillion deficits, $36 trillion in debt, Medicare and Social Security going bankrupt, failing schools, high crime rates. Means that hasn't happened. Instead, our political and cultural rot has made things harder for our kids and our grandkids than they were for each of us. It's harder to get a good education now than it was when I was growing up. It's harder to buy a home. It's harder to start a business. It's harder to get a good, full-paying job. It's harder to live the American dream. That's wrong. That cannot be our legacy. Those of us fighting side by side in the conservative movement have faced significant obstacles, even unfortunately inside our own party. But you and we have kept fighting. We have to fight harder now. We have the opportunity, but it takes our fight. Now, we all watched what happened in Butler. We all saw President Trump stand up and raise his fists, and what did he do? Fight, fight, fight. Even in the face of unimaginable obstacles, he kept fighting. Now, we know he's going to keep fighting. I know I'm going to keep fighting, and I know everybody in this room is going to keep fighting with us. Thank you for what you're doing. God bless every one of you. God bless the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and God bless this great country. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
AARP really watching out for these days. They've made billions partnering with big health insurance corporations while opposing reforms seniors want, like applying big discounts to medicines directly at the pharmacy counter. Instead, AARP supports liberal price-setting schemes, giving politicians, not seniors, control over any so-called Medicare savings. With no guarantees, funds won't be spent on unrelated programs or pad big insurers' profits. If AARP and Congress believe America's seniors aren't watching, think again. Paid for by American Commitment.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior. And he's there to change your life for the better.
Still under construction, but already the biggest news station in Poland. The only international TV station that interviewed Donald J. Trump.
I'd like to say hello to the Polish people.
Poland's leftist government wants to destroy us, but we are not backing down. We're building conservative, English-speaking European news station. Join the movement. Support the revolution.
Make Europe great again. This is Republica, the home of free speech.
Hey there, scan your QR code on your badge so that you can view the agenda, check out our membership circles, and learn more about our centers.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Sources out there that are saying that Iran, their goal is to draw the U.S. into this broader conflict. There's no question that not only did the Iranian parliament come out and start saying death to Israel, you know that they've chanted death to America. They hate us. They hate our culture. They hate what we stand for, which is that of freedom and religious freedom. And for them, they want to take us down. And the mere fact is you have a commander-in-chief right now who is hiding in the basement that needs to be out there every single day answering the tough questions. Instead, they basically say that climate change remains the most important national security crisis that we're facing. They have caved in time and time again to Iran while knowing that they are funding Hezbollah. They sent over $100 million, that is Iran, to Hamas, and over $700 million to Hezbollah. Clearly, it is about sponsoring terrorism. Clearly, it is about destroying our strongest ally, Israel, and then America.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, nowhere to hide, the takedown of left tech. Please welcome, from Missouri, Senator Eric Schmidt, and founder and president, Article 3 Project, Mike Davis.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good to be with you.
Well, thank you for coming. We're going to talk about big tech, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple, and what we need to do to end their gatekeeping power over information and commerce. And this started under the Trump 45 administration, where we saw our 100-year-old antitrust laws get dusted off, and we ended big tech's antitrust amnesty, where we want to use antitrust, which is law enforcement, to go after these trillion-dollar big tech monopolists who they have too much power, and they use that power for bad things, and they're anti-competitive. And we saw that the Trump 45 Justice Department started this. I always said that the only thing that the Biden administration did right was they continued President Trump's antitrust enforcement under the Biden antitrust division. And we're seeing with President Trump that he is fully committed to finishing the job with antitrust. You see this with his appointment of Andrew Ferguson to chair the Federal Trade Commission. And we're seeing this with President Trump's pick of Gail Slater to lead the antitrust division. And it's critically important because these trillion-dollar big tech monopolists, they crush competition, they shutter small businesses, and they cancel conservatives and others with whom they disagree. And I'll tell you, the tip of the spear in this fight has been Senator Schmidt from Missouri. He has been a warrior against big tech. And so I'm very pleased to talk to him today about these issues. And I just want to start this off, Senator, to just get your thoughts on antitrust and big tech generally and what you think needs to happen.
Well, I think great to be with you and great to be back at Cpac. What a great crowd. This feels a lot different now that we won in November than it did just a couple years ago, doesn't it? There's a new sheriff in town. So, yeah, I think that for most people, especially people in this room and conservatives, they have seen, Mike, over the last 4 years in particular, what happens when you have these massive concentrations of power. And you see that sort of collide with this fundamental belief that we have as conservatives that when we're born with certain rights. And those rights come from God. And the first one that's mentioned in our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, is the right to speak your mind. This idea of fundamental human expression, right? And government's only role is to make sure it protects those rights. That's like the foundation of the country, and we believe that. So when you have these massive companies then that infringe upon that right, it's sometimes at the behest of the federal government, it's a scary situation. In my previous job, before this one, I was Attorney General for the free state of Missouri. It was a great gig. I loved it. And we launched the Missouri versus Biden lawsuit, which turned into Murphy versus Missouri. But you got to remember, so I think it's important to sort of go back in time. In 2021, 2022, really before Elon Musk had bought Twitter, before Jim Jordan was holding hearings, we filed this lawsuit. And it's interesting, Jen Psaki, you got to go back. This is COVID, forced masking, forced vaccinations. The real raw power of the federal government was on display. And Jen Psaki was standing there up at the podium saying, yeah, we're flagging this for Facebook. They need to take this down. They wanted to start a disinformation governance board. Remember Mary Poppins, who was singing, what was her name? But she's, singing about how great it is, and this disinformation must be taken down by the government. So you saw this when we filed the lawsuit. We got discovery before the temporary restraining order that ultimately went to the Supreme Court, and what we found was shocking. We had an idea of what was happening, but could have never been prepared for what we found, which was high-level government officials working directly through a secret portal with the big tech companies at Facebook, at Twitter, saying, take this down. This is misinformation. You need to take this down. And them saying, okay, what else can we do? They were also threatening to take away Section 230 protections if they didn't do more censorship. So as this unfolded, it really, I think, showed to the world and to this country the real risk of these concentrations of power, with the federal government working directly with big tech giants to censor speech. And I think this is the fight. This is the fight long term for us. The Democrats, the liberals even, have ceded this ground, the high ground of defending your right to speak your mind. And so as conservatives, I think we should own this issue. It's the right thing to do. And clearly American people, I think, watched all this the last 4 years, and they sent back President Trump to fix it.
That's exactly right. I think people need to understand the whole point of antitrust is to protect the free market, right? When you have these trillion-dollar monopolists using their market power to crush competition, you no longer have a functioning market. You no longer have a free market. And that's why antitrust laws that have been on the books are so critically important to break up this power. Because if you're a free market conservative like we both are, you should strongly support antitrust law enforcement. You are targeting the anti-competitive tumors on the free market, so you don't need industry-wide regulation. Facebook is calling for regulation. Of course they are, because they're a big company and they can afford to pay for the lawyers and the lobbyists and the PR people to navigate those regulations. Those are entry barriers to startup competitors. And I would say this, remember this about Google and YouTube. If Google competed against YouTube instead of acquired YouTube, there's no chance that Google would be censoring half of America based upon their political viewpoints. They would be competing, Google would be competing with YouTube for conservative users, not trying to censor them. And I think that's really important to remember.
Yeah, I think in Google in particular, like, there's been a lot of attention. I mean, thank God Elon Musk bought Twitter and X, and it really is a platform. It really is a platform. And, but Google is really the ultimate black box. That algorithm, like if you're a business or whatever, or you're a political candidate, there's a huge difference between you being on page 1 of the search and page 12 of the search, right? And nobody gets to see the wizard right now. Nobody gets to see it. So I think some of the litigation as relates to Google is really important to sort of bust that up so you have real competition.
That's right. There are 2 major antitrust lawsuits working their way through the courts right now, and Google's the worst of the worst. They're the worst actor. And one is on Google's search monopoly. When you go on Google and look for things online, that's their search monopoly. The bigger problem is Google has an online advertising monopoly, right? They use the money they make with their online advertising monopoly to fund their censorship. All their woke nonsense that they do is because they have this online advertising monopoly. And you're seeing lawsuits right now, again, started under Trump, to Biden's credit, continued under Biden. We need to finish the job with Trump's antitrust law enforcers like Gail Slater at the Antitrust Division. Another problem you're seeing with these big tech platforms is something like NewsGuard, right? Where they rate news services in schools like libraries and classrooms. And of course, they give conservative news organizations like Newsmax or Fox News or Breitbart, they give them lower grades. And so kids don't have access to conservative news sites. They get the liberal news sites like CNN and MSNBC, and that needs to end as well, because again, they're trying to control information and commerce in this country, and we just cannot let this happen. So,
well, I think the other thing that's happening too, and we saw it, which is why, you know, it's such a great opportunity for us now with having President Trump in the White House, having a Republican House, having a Republican Senate, because we can actually put some structural safeguards in place too. For example, you know, Section 230 protections, what is that? Back in the 90s when the internet was sort of becoming a thing, what Congress said was, okay, you're gonna be sort of immune from liability because you're a platform, right? People can go on there, as long as it's an open platform, you can't be sued for what somebody else says. And the idea was to have this democratization of information, right? What it didn't ever contemplate was that they would then be themselves sort of the censors, right? And so I think, you know, by way of legislation, you got to pick. You're either going to be an open platform or you're going to be a publisher who can get sued, like 60 Minutes ought to get sued for the nonsense that they did to President Trump in the interviews. So they got to pick a team. And also, if you're a bureaucrat and you work to censor Americans, you ought to be able to be sued individually by a citizen, so it doesn't take an attorney general to have to go do that. You as an army of Americans can sue the censors. That would change, I think that would really change the incentive structure, which would be really important. And I can't miss the opportunity to point out just how exciting, as Mike and I and all of you believe, you know, the founders believed in this system of checks and balances where we have, you know, power is spread out among the branches, you have federalism. The whole intent was so that no one branch or no one person could get so powerful to take your liberty away, right? That's the whole idea. The whole point is to protect individual liberty. They could have never contemplated the administrative state as it currently is right now, right? This army of bureaucrats in buildings, by the way, they don't even show up to work anymore. About 6% of people are actually in the offices here in Washington, D.C. on any given day. But they have immense power over your lives, right? Over your lives. They can take away your liberty in some cases. They could take away your livelihood. And so what President Trump is embarking on, and you see just the histrionics every day, the Democrats are losing their minds because of DOJ and these efforts to strip away that power. And they should. They should, because the people of this country elected one person to run the executive branch. And he gets to make decisions on personnel and on policy. And you don't get to send millions of dollars to Guatemala for sex changes and think you're immune from having that money stripped away. That's what this fight is all about right now. So it's an exciting time.
It is an exciting time. And I will say this to the big tech platforms like Google and Facebook. Thank you for paying for Trump's inauguration. I think Mark Zuckerberg donated $1 million. We appreciate that. It was a fun party. But Mark Zuckerberg spent, what, $400 million chasing President Trump out of office in 2020. So $400 million versus $1 million. I think he has a lot of catching up to do. And I don't think that he's going to buy antitrust amnesty from the Trump 47 Justice Department or the Trump 47 Federal Trade Commission. We've had these antitrust laws on the books for 100 years, and to these trillion-dollar big tech platforms, nobody's above the law. And so justice is coming.
Yeah, and I think one other, with the time we have left, I just mentioned one other thing to kind of look out for. On the Judiciary Committee, I was telling Mike, I chair the Constitution Subcommittee. So we have jurisdiction over the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. So get ready, we're going to have some fun hearings and bring people in and hold people to account for trying to take away your right to speak your mind. So whoever's watching this, who engaged in the activity, stay tuned. But also, what's happening with DOJ right now, and it was so smart to start with these, with USAID, right, where you had all of this money flowing to DEI programming in Burma and LGBTQIA plays in Europe and LGBTQ Sesame Street in Iraq. I mean, this is like totally insane, but that's where this money was going. But it was funneled effectively through these NGOs, right? The Biden administration was also using these NGOs to bring mass migration into this country, to break up our sovereignty as a country, and they were also using it to help flag things for their vast censorship enterprise. And so I think we're going to do some investigating on who these NGOs are. And if you want to know why the Democrats, if you want to know why they're objecting so much to this, there is a lot of corruption that's going to be exposed. So let's go.
I want to end it. I want to end this on this point. Senator Schmidt has been a warrior in the Senate for President Trump's cabinet picks and others, and Kash Patel was just confirmed today as our next FBI director. I remember when Kash was nominated, a lot of very smart people in Washington said his nomination was dead on arrival. Well, now it's Director Kash Patel. And I want to thank Senator Schmidt for all he does for President Trump and his nominees. This guy is a warrior. So
thanks for your work too. Thanks for your work too.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. God bless you guys.
You came to Washington for one of two reasons. Some of you came here for position, for power and fame. You came for you. But if you came to change this town, we came to be sandpaper to a culture that despises truth. Are you one of the few willing to stand in the gap for our nation? If so, come join us as we make America's national motto our personal declaration.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
He will become the founder of a mighty empire.
Founders talked about this providential experiment that God had ordained and intervened at this unique moment in American history.
Most of them believed there were no accidents in history. Americans of today should regain our bearings, that our nation is no accident.
Freedom, sovereignty, prosperity. The Patriots for Europe Foundation is on a mission to make Europe great again. Globalist elites have led Europe into a dead-end street. Violent crime has surged because of mass immigration. The Green Deal has put the future of the European economy at risk. Fake NGOs and the massive bureaucracy in Brussels are interfering in our democracies. Patriots must take action. We bring analysis, we organize debates, we build the network of patriots to challenge the woke narrative head on. Patriots for Europe Foundation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nigel Farage.
Thank you so very much. What a reception. It's great to be here. And how amazing it is. You know, 13 years ago, I was the only foreign speaker, and now Cpac is a global brand. Congratulations to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp for making it happen. And what a time it is to cross the pond. My country. You can't say anything, or you might get put in prison. We're getting poorer. Everybody's miserable. We're governed by a left-wing, awful government. Suddenly, post-November the 5th, America is optimistic. It's upbeat. It's the beginning of the golden age in America. And it is all because of one totally extraordinary individual. You know, I can tell you that if you take on the establishment, they do not come out with a tray of drinks. The whole of the British establishment wanted us to be members of the globalist European Union. All the parties, all the big businesses, all the trade unions. And it was almost me alone saying, this is a crazy idea. We want control of our sovereignty, our borders, and our identity back with the British people. And for daring to say that, they made my life hell. But the tough times I went through are as nothing compared to what they put Donald J. Trump through. It went on for year after year after year. Endless court cases, mainstream media abuse, harassment of his family, debanking from some of the worst financial institutions, assassination attempts. And yet this man has come through it braver, stronger, wiser But at any point, he is simply the bravest man that I know, and we should all applaud him. We really should. We really should. And what a pick. What a pick for vice president. You know, very often, around the world, very often vice presidents, American vice presidents, are not particularly noticed, not taken that seriously. But after the speech at the Munich Security Conference, I think we can say with some confidence that the American VP is going to be a major part of global politics. And I loved it. I loved it. Did you enjoy his speech? Well, I tell you what, they didn't, did they? They absolutely hated it. It rather reminded me of my times in the European Parliament a decade ago, getting up saying the bloke had the charisma of a damp rag, and that rather upset them. But JD was right to have allowed millions of undocumented young males to come into Europe, many from war zones in which they took an active part, to allow those people who come in, and in many cases come from cultures and countries where women are not even treated as second-class citizens, to have seen the massive increases in crime, gang crime, dramatic increases in sexual crime against women, and yet nobody in the European establishment is prepared to put their hands up to recognize the depth of the problem and to say sorry to their people. And JD called them out in this speech, and he was right. He was right. He also mentioned free speech, and I think there's a third figure in American public life now that is, well, I think he's a hero. Because if you remember 2020, in November, you couldn't say anything about the conduct of the election in this country. You then couldn't say anything about vaccines or about lockdowns without social media closing you down. And then along came the hero of free speech, Elon Musk. Fantastic. And he's fighting for free speech. And boy, if we don't have free speech, we're not living in a free, open, democratic society. It matters that much. And I think I believe that the talents of the world's most successful businessmen going into this amazing Doge project, I wish him all the luck in the world and Godspeed. I really, really do. And we very often follow you. American trends we tend to follow. You occasionally follow some of our trends. I mean, you gave us woke. And we gave you Prince Harry. No, you keep him, you keep him. But in 2016, we delivered a political thunderbolt across the whole world, and it was called Brexit. And I believe that a wave crossed the Atlantic and helped Donald Trump win the presidency in November 2016. Well, this time, the Trump win has the ability not just to save your country, not just to make you freer and more prosperous than America has ever been, because undoubtedly that is what is going to happen. But it's also producing a wave that is now coming the other way, across the Atlantic. I had been retired from politics for nearly 4 years, but I decided last June I'd get back into politics because I couldn't bear what was happening in my country. And I am now leading, and in historical terms, this is incredible. I am now leading Reform UK, And we are now topping every opinion poll in Britain. And we are going to win the next general election and save our country. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And what you guys have done, what Cpac, what the activists have done in helping President Trump win 85% of the counties in this great country of yours, to win the House, the Senate, the majority vote, all those things you've done, the confidence of this man, surrounded by a great team, this is all going to blow back and help us in our endeavors and across the rest of Europe too. And I really believe that, like you, British taxpayers have had enough of sending £100,000 to Bangladesh to study shrimp behavior. But we've had enough of free speech being cracked down upon. We've had enough of two-tier policing, two-tier justice, different groups of people being treated differently by the law. We've had enough of being told, you can't say that. The hell with it. Within the limits of what free speech gives us, we should be allowed to say whatever the hell we want. And we will. And we will. We will deport those who come into Britain by dinghy illegally. We will make sure that those to come to Britain legally subscribe to our shared values. In fact, in many ways, what we're fighting for is a very similar agenda to the one that you've just fought for and the one that you have just succeeded with. I want to finish by saying, as a regular at Cpac and as somebody who has publicly supported President Trump and been a friend of his for a decade, this is a remarkable Cpac coming together. This is something to celebrate in style, to be proud of. You're going to make America great again, and we in turn will make Britain great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's our America. We conquered it. We built it. Great values like honesty and fairness. Great courage. A great nation needs a free press. Newsmax is it. 30 million Americans regularly go to Newsmax when they really need to know. They watch Newsmax TV at home. On the free Newsmax app, they go to Newsmax.com. Start today. Newsmax is real news for real people.
Welcome to Cpac. At Great American Media, we celebrate what matters most: faith, family, and country. Today, we invite you to experience storytelling that uplifts, inspires, and reflects the values we all cherish. PureFlix is your home for entertainment without compromise. With faith-driven movies and series, we bring you stories that strengthen hearts, uplift spirits, and honor what truly matters. And on Great American Family, where faith leads, where stories inspire. Welcome home. Whether it's Christmas all year long, heartfelt romances, or movies that bring families together, we are here to make you feel at home. At Great American Media, our foundation is quality. Our promise is to always deliver entertainment that aligns with your faith and values. Thank you for standing with us as we stand for faith, family, and country. Enjoy Cpac. And remember, when you choose Great American Media, you choose entertainment that lifts you up. Join us and experience the best in faith and family entertainment.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government, And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MK Ultra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Creators, it's time to take control. With Bursts, you create impactful content in seconds. Powered by blockchain, your content and earnings are protected, transparent, and yours to control. Play TV isn't just a platform. It's a community of creators building a new future together. Your freedom starts when you press play.
Hey, Cpac Patriots, make sure to go downstairs to go check out all of our incredible sponsors for Cpac 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Verdict with Ted Cruz and co-host Ben Ferguson, featuring Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Hi, guys!
What a good-looking crowd today. I love it. All right, so we are going to be doing our podcast live, so I'm going to give you guys a countdown. You guys are going to be in the podcast with us. I'm going to say we're from Cpac. I want you guys to be as loud as you possibly can. Are you ready? All right, here we go. Welcome. It is Verdict with Ted Cruz, live from Cpac 2025. Senator, it's, I like this being our annual time to hang out with fun people.
Well, it is great to be back with Cpac, and I got to say, Cpac this year, there is energy, there's excitement.
Yeah.
It turns out winning doesn't suck.
It does not.
And we have a guest. We have the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi.
So these guys never invite me to be on their podcast. They finally did, and I get to do it in front of all of you. So this is awesome.
Well, Pam, I will tell you that there is some good karma to being on this podcast at Cpac. Because the last guest we had at Cpac was someone named J.D. Vance, and he's done all right for himself.
Yeah. He's a great man.
So, welcome.
Thank you.
You have been Attorney General 15 days.
It feels like 15 years.
I believe you. And by the way, you just got some help. An hour ago, the Senate just finished confirming.
Yes, isn't that great? Been on the phone with him nonstop.
I talked to him on the ride over here. He is going to do fantastic.
There is.
All right, let's start. 15 days. You've come into what I think is the single most important cabinet position in this administration. Because we went through 4 years of Biden weaponizing the Department of Justice, using it to attack his enemies and to support his friends.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you, you come into DOJ, you've got a mission. You've got a mission to restore integrity to the department, to end the weaponization and politicization. How do you do that? How do you get that done?
You know, the volume, Senator, what concerned me the most, it's the volume of how bad it was. And it still is. We're working on it. It's day by day by day. But we've got a team of great people. And on day one, I issued 14 executive orders. And number one is the weaponization ends, and it ends now. And that's what we did.
Let me ask you something. In the 15 days you've been there, how many DOJ employees have said something to the effect of, thank God?
A lot of them.
I believe you. Look, I spent 4 years hearing from AUSAs, assistant U.S. attorneys, hearing from FBI agents, hearing from men and women who believe in the rule of law and were horrified at the politicization of the FBI and the DOJ. And so I know for a lot of good, honorable men and women who've devoted their careers to defending the Constitution, there's a lot of gratitude that they can get back to doing their job.
Their core function, and that's thanks to Donald J. Trump getting back in office. And he gave us a clear directive: make America safe. And that's what we're going to do. And you know, these, to start with the law enforcement agencies talking about cash, these men and women didn't go to Quantico. They're not risking their lives to waste their time on all this politicization and raiding Mar-a-Lago. Really? Stopping. All of that is stopping. And we are returning them to their core function, fighting violent crime. And that's what the great majority of men and women in law enforcement, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, FBI, as well as the incredible legal team at the Justice Department, that's what they want to do.
So let's talk about one of the most lawless aspects of the last 4 years, which was the open borders that we saw and the 12 million illegal immigrants that have come into this country. You've had just 2 weeks, but you've hit the ground running, going after the criminals, going after the murderers, going after the rapists, going after the child molesters, going after the Venezuelan gang members. Tell us, number one, what you're doing as Attorney General that is making a real difference, that is already making America safer. And number two, I understand you have some breaking news concerning my home state of Texas, which I'm particularly proud to hear.
I do. And the press release isn't even out yet. Joint Task Force Alpha that we elevated once we came in office. It's with the Department of Justice and the FBI, and we work hand in hand with Homeland Security. Christy Nome is awesome. We all work so well together. Joint Task Force Alpha just made a huge arrest in Juarez, Mexico. They were headed to Texas, to El Paso, human smuggling. Yeah, huge. That's why we do what we do every day. That's why these agents risk their lives every single day. It's human smuggling, and a lot of children, they're saying, are safer because of this.
Let me ask you a question. President Trump, and this has made headlines on what you were just talking about, we've designated these cartels as terrorist organizations. What does that allow you to do in your job? And Kash Patel now is the head of the FBI. What is that going to give you the ability to do and to go after them?
Well, Stephen Miller is doing a great job, as we are, right? Leading this effort with all of us. Mike Waltz at DOD. We all work so, Pete Hegseth, we all work so well together. And it gives us the ability, they are a terrorist group. And it gives us the ability to go after them, more ability, anywhere in the world, and treat them as terrorists. They are terrorists. If you're bringing fentanyl into this country and killing our kids, you're a terrorist, and we're coming after you.
300 a day is the average that are dying in this country right now. When you took this job and you hear that number and you saw the inaction from the last administration, how angry did that make you?
So angry. You know, I was state AG before I became United States Attorney General, and fentanyl was really just coming on the market. And now with this horrible open border policy, just flowing across our borders and killing kids, killing adults every single day. And it's criminal that no one was doing anything to stop it. I can't comprehend how any administration, progressive nor conservative, how any administration could tolerate that and let that happen. And it ended day one with Donald Trump when he shut that border. I was at the border back in September. I went with Laura Trump and Morgan Ortagus. And we were in Yuma, Arizona. And I saw firsthand, there is nothing humanitarian that was happening at that border. Nothing. They have a rape tree where they're raping women as they're coming into this country. I saw firsthand piles and piles of passports just thrown from every country you can imagine, because the Biden administration was letting you walk right in the country. If you didn't have a passport, they said they saw Asian, Chinese individuals saying, oh, we're from Cuba. So they wrote down they're from Cuba and had to let them legally walk right in under that administration. But the drugs, the trafficking, I learned a new term, disposable child. The customs, the border patrol agents told me that they saw a little boy and they kept recognizing the same little boy over and over and over coming in. Because if you came into our country as a family unit, they just let you walk right in.
Yep.
Well, this little child was being trafficked.
Yes.
Now, how they were getting him back to Mexico is beyond me, but they were bringing him time and time again. He wasn't their family, so who knows what happened to his parents.
Well, and I will say a number of people in the room gasped at a term you use, which unfortunately is a real term, rape tree.
Yeah.
And it's something that we've been seeing for the last 4 years in Texas. We've seen it in Arizona, that the cartels will go and violently rape women. They'll violently rape teenage girls, young girls, and then they will hang their underwear in the tree. And you'll find a tree down on the southern border with 10, 20 pairs of underwear as they're mocking law enforcement, saying, we can do whatever we want. And for 4 years, the Biden Justice Department, they just turned a blind eye and they facilitated it. You know, you talked about the kids. So they had a policy. If you arrive with a kid, it's essentially a get out of jail free card. And so you started seeing a phenomenon that we've never seen in immigration before, which is single young men showing up with little kids. Now, that's not a normal pattern of migration, but we started seeing military-age men showing up with little boys and little girls, many of whom are physically and sexually assaulted in transit, and the same kid the cartels would recycle over and over and over again to bring in gang members, to bring in criminals. Now, let me ask this. What is most effective stopping the invasion at the southern border?
The border, closing our borders, which is what we've done. Donald Trump has closed our border. But now, of course, we all know we have so many of these illegal aliens, fighting age men, ages 18 to 35, in our country.
Yep.
Walking around our country. And President Trump has given a strong directive on that.
How concerned are you right now about the 12 million illegal aliens who came in under Joe Biden, and about the risk of terrorism, of Hamas, of Hezbollah, of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the risk of terrorism targeting Americans across this country?
It's a huge risk, and we all know how bad it is now. And that's what Donald Trump is committed to do, is to take these people out of our country, to prosecute them, to deport them, to get them off our streets. And that's what all of these law enforcement agencies are doing. You know, Laken Riley, of course, that beautiful young woman, University of Georgia, Laken Riley is probably the most prominent name. But look how many Laken Rileys are out there. One victim is too many.
Jocelyn Nungary, Rachel Marin.
Right.
I mean, the numbers just every day.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to say, so already in the first 2 weeks, you've sued New York, you've sued Chicago.
You can clap for that.
These sanctuary cities that are fighting, and I've got to say, Massachusetts in particular, actually in our last podcast, we talked about this.
Yeah.
How Massachusetts continues to this day to have violent child rapist illegal immigrants who they release on the streets, and they refuse to notify ICE. They refuse. These are illegal immigrants who could be deported immediately. And the Massachusetts officials take criminals who violently rape little kids. Let me ask you, what is your message to a mayor, to a local official who wants to defy federal immigration law?
Well, our message is very clear. I sued Illinois first, Chicago, first day, and I gave a very strong warning. If you don't comply with the law, you're next. And guess who didn't listen? New York. Kathy Hochul got sued. They all got sued in New York. And if you don't follow the law, you're going to be next, because we are going to get violent criminals off our street. And, you know, Senator, it's more than that. They are endangering the lives of our great men and women in law enforcement.
Yes.
That's what people don't understand. When you're hiding illegal aliens from law enforcement, you're endangering their lives. It's gonna stop.
So let me ask you, 2 weeks into it, you've been at DOJ. What's your assessment? Is it as bad as you thought it would be? Is it better? Is it worse?
It's worse. Of course, it's no worse.
You inherited chaos.
Worse meaning, yeah, that department had completely lost its mission of fighting violent crime. Look what they did to President Trump. Look at the weaponization, and weaponization ended. And the deep state is very real. I think all of you in this room know that. It's very real. And people trying to undermine everything you're doing. You know, 3 weeks into it, I went in one department and found huge 20 by 20 glossies of Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and Kamala Harris still hanging up in my office. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. And guess what's replacing it? A very handsome photo of a man named Donald Trump is in the place right now.
Not the one in the hallway, right? That picture?
That one.
That one, okay, I
That
like
one's
that
up
one.
there. That one's replacing. But you know, I make light of that, but that's what's happening.
Yep.
You know, he had been in office 3 weeks, and the deep state still had those pictures hanging, and that's, to me, that's defiant. It's insubordination, not going to happen. But you know what we said, most people, the majority of the people are great people who went to law school, became prosecutors, became law enforcement agents to fight crime.
You've spent your professional life as a prosecutor.
Career.
How important is it to you to go after bad guys and to get bad guys off the street and keep people safe?
It means everything. And the drug epidemic, you know, the fentanyl just flowing into our country now, the terrorists, the gangs, TDA, Transdagua, MS-13, all of the gangs who are now terrorist organizations. We've got to stop them. And that's why we do what we do. And we all have to work together. And working with Homeland Security has been great too.
So one of the most shocking statistics from the prior administration is the number 300,000. 300,000 children that the prior administration had in custody and that they lost, that they do not know where they are. We know that many of those children are being abused right now. Tell me about the efforts you and Homeland Security and the Trump administration, the efforts you are doing to find those children and to get them out of harm's way.
That's top priority, and that's Donald Trump's top priority, to find these victims and to save them. And that's what I truly can't comprehend how any administration would let that happen and not care. And that's what we're all fighting for. And you know, you say when you take a job with this incredible volume, you think, how do you do it? How do you focus every day? And you do it by saying, if I can save one life, it's worth it.
Well, it's a lot more than one.
But it compounds. That's how you start off, one life.
And it is thousands and ultimately more. So I want to say something to the folks here at Cpac, which is, as many of y'all know, Ben and I do this podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. We do it 3 days a week. We do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We've got roughly 1 million unique listeners all over the country. And we do this to go around the corporate media, to go directly to the American people and to bring the truth and bring the facts. So I want to ask everyone here, many of y'all already subscribe to the pod, but I want to ask everyone here to pull out your cell phone right now. Pull out your cell phone and text the word verdict, VERDICT. Text the word verdict to 24005. Again, 24005. When you text verdict to 24005, what you'll get back is a link to subscribe to the podcast. Now, if you're under 40, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're not, ask your kids or ask your grandkids. Although I'll say, if you're at Cpac, you're pretty hip and connected. So you may know as well if you're here at Cpac. But every Monday,
and subscribe
Wednesday,
doesn't mean it costs you money, to quote your dad.
Oh, my father points out that my dad is 85, and he said when he hears subscribe, he thinks it's a magazine subscription. There's no charge. It just magically appears in your phone early in the morning on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And we bring in guests like the Attorney General of the United States, and we focus on what is happening, the victories that President Trump is winning, and the news that the corporate media won't cover.
Yeah.
I want to ask you
24005.
I want to ask you a question. It's one that I've been dying to ask you, and it deals with all of the pardons that were given out from Joe Biden at the end. There were a lot that went to his family. It is what it is. There's one person he did not pardon. That would be himself. There are a lot of people that think there should be accountability. Should this be something that is looked at to see what he did while he was president?
Don't you find it very interesting, though, that they attempted to prosecute the president for having documents in the most secure place in the world other than the White House, Mar-a-Lago, and he had the security clearance to take them, yet Joe Biden, who had no security clearance to take them at the time, had them in his garage with his drug addict son going in and out of his garage. Yet what did they say about him?
Too old to prosecute.
Frail old man. But listen, Donald Trump and I have not talked about that at all. This is not about targeting. This is what they do to us. This is not about targeting. This is not about weaponization. This is about keeping America safe and going forward and prosecuting violent criminals. If you committed a crime in this country, no one is above the law. I will say that. No one is above the law.
So Pam, the media are going crazy about New York Mayor Eric Adams and the charges that were dismissed against him.
So glad you brought that up.
Tell us what the story is, what happened there, and why were the charges dismissed?
Sure. And Emil, who has done an incredible job, he worked on this case. He looked at this case. It was an incredibly weak case filed to make deportation harder. That's why they did it. They took one of the biggest mayors in the country off the playing field in order to protect their sanctuary city. This case, it was so incredibly weak. It was about increases in airline tickets, upgrades in airline tickets in his official capacity, without getting into all the details of the fact. I don't even think it could survive a verdict. Excuse me. Incredibly weak case. That is the weaponization of government.
That's lawfare.
That's lawfare. When you're filing cases like that to keep someone who criticized Joe Biden, who said they took away his security clearance, so he could not get the details, so he could not help enforce the deportation efforts in New York. And you know, these people are going after him. Ride a subway in New York. It's not safe.
Yep.
Violent crime is at an all-time high, and that's what they're doing. So it's not about weaponization. It's about ending their weaponization of the government and fighting violent crime and enabling cities like New York and mayors like Eric Adams to enforce Donald Trump's immigration policies.
I want to ask you and go back to something you said a moment ago. We were talking about cartels, and they have been able to set up networks, and we see this coming up now more often, where they're controlling states and cities and states and the entire flow. And they've been able to do this and set it up without having to worry that anyone's going to stop them. We're seeing this not on border states, but all over the country, this network. At what point do we get to start dismantling that? How long does that take? How much time is that going to take? Because they've been here for quite some time with the last administration.
Yeah, there's a lot I can't talk about now. But very publicly, I think you've seen a lot happen. A lot is happening every day. Our great men and women in law enforcement are out there. It's a joint effort with our office and with Kristi Noem. And again, we all work so well together, whether it's Mike Waltz, Pete
Y'all are
Hesse,
friends. I think people don't understand this. Like, this is a group in this administration, and you and I have talked about this on the show. You guys are friends. Like, y'all know each other before you got here. How important are those relationships that you say, hey, I trust, excuse me, I trust you.
Vital.
I trust you. I trust you. I got your back. Let's go to work.
Vital and crucial. And Mike Waltz and Kristi, we're on the phone with each other all the time. And to change topic just a little bit, just to give you an example, Lee Zeldin, a dear friend of mine.
Great guy.
On President's Day. I'm
running the EPA now.
EPA, Lee Zeldin, great administrator of EPA. I'm on the phone hours with Scott Besson, our Secretary of Treasury, and Lee Zeldin. And, you know, we've seen, thanks to Elon Musk, my buddy's great work.
Yep.
And it's been reported, look what they're doing at EPA. I'm changing the subject a little bit, but they're giving out billions of dollars after Joe Biden lost the election, trying to push this money out the door.
Virtually shoveling cash out the windows.
As they said, gold bars.
Yeah.
Let's throw all the gold bars off the ship.